Hello, and welcome everybody. Today is gonna be another, not really game dev stream actually. Today we're going to try and learn something new. ASP.NET Core Identity. I wanna try to build it from scratch. So a little bit of editor from our bosses and combat simulation. But yeah, I need to learn this. And this can be helpful for Ymirheim as well. So yeah, let's do this. So basically I need, I don't know, some kind of project template that I can create from scratch. That also uses EF core. Also, I don't remember what's the difference between Blazor and Razor. But yeah, basically, I need to refresh in my memory what's all this about, and how to work with identity, how to build an authentication inside the web application from scratch. We will try to incorporate that into upgrading our Ymirheim ID, because the framework that I was using went basically full commercial. I'm not gonna use that anymore. SQLite, so it's already creating MVC. Meow, hello Aninia. How are you doing? Think I need this, the MVC app with authentication, but now I'm curious what's the difference between Blazor and Razor. Like I saw different approaches. I just don't remember which one is which. So let's take a look. .NET, Blazor. Front-end web framework. So is this something like Next.js or something? Is the power of C# and the richness of the .NET platform to build full-stack web apps with greater productivity, performance? Is it compiling into WebAssm or something? Build your UI once and run on multiple platforms, including web, native, mobile, and desktop. C# JavaScript interop calling to existing JavaScript libraries and APIs from C#. It's great that there is a live stream of yours today. Yeah, I decided that might as well stream and also test my avatar setup. I did quite a few changes, so hopefully the CPU load is lower now, actually. It is lower. Because yeah, I'm using a different thing to track the pace. And I don't like it. One sec. It makes me look grumpy. Maybe I need to rerun the calibration. One sec. Is that better? My eyebrows are almost not moving. Oh. Also, yeah, there's a new mini game for stream avatars that I'm testing right now. Basically, you can type exclamation point fish to start fishing. When you see it biting, you can type fish again. You have 20 seconds to catch the fish, or it will go away. And then you can restart fishing again with the same command. So what is this Blazor? This page is built for, I don't know, for who, but it doesn't tell me what's the actual technology stack behind this. Open source framework that enables developers to create web user interfaces based on components using C# and HTML. So this is since 2018. Blazor can be developed, well, it can be used to develop single page, mobile, or server rendered applications using .NET. Yeah, the demo involved the interactive app running in the browser using WebAssembly, the rudimentary development experience in Visual Studio. Razor syntax. Browser Razor, I see. So it can do server-side rendering. It can be used as an alternative to MVC Razor pages. Can obtain per component or page. Yeah, so yeah, it looks like it's like Next.js, but for .NET. And it gets compiled into WebAssembly. Yeah, this is not exactly what I need. It would be interesting to try, but not right now. This change developers can obtain per component or page, whether it should be interactive and whether it should run on the server or in the browser using WebAssembly. This is referred to as interactive render mode. Components are formally referred to as Razor components. So yeah, looks like it's something like React. The Blazor component model makes sure that the rendered markup gets updated when the state of the component changes, usually in response to user action. Yeah. While both markup and C# code can be placed in the same Razor file, it is also possible to have a separate code behind file with a partial class. Components are compiled into .NET classes. The HTML and Razor markup of a component gets translated into code that builds a render tree that then derives the actual rendering. So yeah, exactly what what's its face? I just said the name, but it's already forgot. React. So basically exactly like React, but for .NET, I don't know. Okay, so we know what Blazor is. So yeah, we can skip Blazor. I'm not interested in that right now. So we'll have to Razor Pages or MVC experience. So Razor Pages, let's refresh what that is. Razor Pages can make code on page-focused scenarios easier. Okay, so I see. These are more productive than using controllers and views. If you're looking for a tutorial, okay. Yeah, I know what this is. I worked with that. I don't really like that, and yeah, it can be nice for certain applications, but not for my case. Yeah, this looks familiar. Very familiar. But yeah, I want an actual MVC. So what are individual accounts? The output option creates a folder for the app that says the app name namespace. The preceding command creates an MVC app using SQLite to create a web app with localDB. So what is this? Authentication individual. Generated project provides ASP.NET Core Identity as a Razor class library. The Identity Razor class library is based on Razor Pages and exposed endpoints with the identity area. Areas and identity pages. Pages are described individually in the documentation for specific use cases and are subject to change each release. To view all of the pages in the RCL, see the .NET Core reference source, GitHub repository. You can scaffold individual pages or all of the pages into the app. For more information, scaffold identity in ASP.NET Core. Okay, can I create an MVC app with not SQLite, but Postgres database backend? Apply migrations, test register and login. So you can configure this identity with default option values. Identity is enabled by calling user authentication. User authentication adds authentication middleware to the request pipeline. The template generated app doesn't use authorization. App user authorization is included to ensure it's added in the correct order should the app add authorization. Use route and user authentication and user authorization must be called in the order shown in the preceding code. Use route and use authentication. Use authorization. You missed your fish. You're supposed to type !fish when you see it's biting. When you see the exclamation mark above your fishing rod. Let's Google this option. What am I looking at? Right. So where am I gonna create it? Let's do it here. This is what I was looking for. So template options, authentication, individual B2C, single org, multi-org windows. Okay, so we need individual, sure. Sign in and sign up policy. Whether to use local DB instead of SQLite. This option only applies if auth individual B2C is specified. What does local DB mean? Local SQL server? Yeah, nothing else is interesting. Can I create .NET, create MVC, Postgres? What exactly is local DB? SQL Server Express. I see. So yeah, I guess we would have to create it like this with the individual authentication. And this is going to output the SQLite version. And then we would have to manually convert it to Postgres. Okay, yeah, let's start with this. So how are we gonna call this? Identity test. Yeah. SQLite has a known high security vulnerability. Sure. Okay, now I need to open it here. So what do we have? Also, I need to make the font bigger. Like, I see. Weird. Let me see if we take a look at Ymirheim. '24, I see. Okay. So Ymirheim is using the font size 24. There we go. This way you guys can see stuff on stream. My avatar is opening mouth way too much. Where is that sitting? Testing, testing. Hopefully this is gonna be better. Okay. So yeah, that's our SQLite database, I guess. So what do we have? Use SQLite, database developer page exception filter. A default identity framework stars application DB context. Migrations. Okay, let's see if this works as it is. So this is our page, okay. Looks interesting. Do we have HTTPS? Where do I configure the URL? I don't remember. Oh, it's in the launch settings, I think. Yeah. Profiles, HTTP and HTTPS. How do we select a profile? Oops. I mean, I don't need the HTTP version. There we go. We have HTTPS. Do we have any kind of test users? Don't think so. So does it create users, roles, user tokens, user roles, user logins, user claims, role claims. Okay. Right. Okay, let's add Postgres. Okay. App settings, connection strings. Okay, so we're gonna have host equals docker port 5432 database right. Don't remember what user do I have by default, because I don't want to set up no, this is MySQL. I don't want to set up some complex permissions for this test thing. So let's create a new database. I need what do we need? Identity test. Owner. Yeah, I do have the Ymirheim user. Let's maybe use the Postgres as the owner. So database identity test. Username Postgres And I believe the default password is Postgres as well. Okay, so now here, SQLite can go away. Right, so I believe now we have to update the migrations, right? Maybe not. Maybe this will actually work. SQLite. Let's just try running this. I don't have the tool.net tool install global.net-ef. Yeah, you guys can't see this. Probably. Let's do it here. What's the actual error? Hello? The model for context has pending changes. Add a new migration before updating the database. What? The model for context has pending changes. Add a new migration has pending changes. Add a new migration before updating the database. I see. Oh, this is where they doing this crap. This is what I was warned about. Yeah, didn't execute any migrations. So how do I create a migration? This remove script. Also, yeah, I need to change this as well. Is it like... Scaffolds a DB context. Identity types for a database. No. What if I just run? Will it create the migrations table or not? No. Also, yeah, I need to get rid of the SQLite in the project. Let's just Google this stupid error. Changes have been made. Can you show me the stupid changes that you detected? List. Okay, let's try add stupidity. And let's see what's inside. Okay, maybe this is good. Let's delete that. Instead, name it PGSQL or Postgres. Hell, now it's gone. Did it run something? No. Update database. Okay. we have something. Let's see, identity user. So users, email confirmed. Boolean, okay. So hopefully we have our structure. User tokens, roles, user logins, claims, roles, role claims. Okay. So let's take a look now. So we created this. So the generated project provides ASP.NET Core Identity as a Razor class library. Override views, partial views, and pages. Okay. The Identity Razor class library is based on Razor pages and exposes endpoints with the identity area. For example, area identity pages account register. Yeah, I don't have anything here. Areas, identity pages, view start. I see. Shall we try registering? Pages are described individually in the documentation. Okay. Apply migrations. So by default, the architecture of .NET binaries to install represents currently running operation system architecture. Okay. Run the app and register a user depending on your screen size and blah blah blah. So yeah, let's try to register a user. Admin at example.org. Register confirmation. The app does not currently have a real email sender registered. See the docs for how to configure a real email sender. Normally this would be email. Click here to confirm your account. Okay. Welcome. There we go. Okay. This actually looks like the identity server UI. Okay, good. Have two-factor authentication. Download and delete personal data. Nice. Okay. Okay. Services added in programs, yes. The typical pattern is to call method in the following order. Yeah. We have that. Okay. Identity options. Pretty sure this is it. It's actually separate. Password settings. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just copy everything that I had. Because I'm fine with these settings. These are probably the default, but let's check this. So use HTTPS redirection, use routing. Authentication authorization. Identity is enabled by calling use authentication. Use authentication adds authentication middleware to the request pipeline. The template generated app doesn't use authorization. Does use authorization. I'm looking at the .NET 10, but This feels outdated, I don't know. Scaffold register, login, logout, and register confirmation. What does this do? Code generator. So what does this do? What does this scaffolding thing do? Ah, that's another... I guess that's another way of installing this, right? Like you can just add it to an existing project, right? Looks like it. Register model. I don't have any models. Guess they're in the Razor bundle or whatever that's called. Maybe I should have done this instead, I don't know. Yeah, we can add authorize. Okay, so home is working. Privacy requires the login. Good. Okay, we have our test user. Login provider, say C. So technically this is exactly what I need out of the box. I'm fine with this. I just need to like be able to customize it, right? Okay, and it redirects back to privacy. Good. So yeah, it's basically doing exactly what I need. We just need to configure it properly. Also, I wanted to create this from scratch again. Because I believe that we don't need most of this. And this migration can actually automatically fix the stuff that I did here. So let's try that. Gonna delete the database. Okay. And let's see. What was the font size again? 24. Okay. So what do we need? We need our Postgres package. And we need to get rid of this SQLite package. Then here is npg-sql connection string. Something like that. .NET run. Let's see if that works. Does, but it started the HTTP version. I don't want the HTTP version to be there at all. We're only gonna test the HTTPS. Also, let's copy these settings. Let's try to apply the migrations. It's gonna throw an error. So we need migration add Postgres. Hopefully that will fix all the types. Let's take a look. Boolean. Okay, good. So now if we do update, no. Okay, so it looks like we do need to update the migrations. Okay. Huh. Is that the snapshot? What? So yeah, looks like I did need the conversion of the type. Can I just drop the database again? This is stupid. I'm gonna recreate it again. I don't care. And exactly the thing that I did the first time. I should have saved the connection string. Now it's gonna say that it's, yeah, we need to create a migration. Add Postgres. Update. Oh my god, what the hell? Why is it not working now? It was working. I did exactly what we did before. But now it doesn't. What the hell? Hmm. users. Lookout and text. Text. The generated data, my offset is text. Let's try this. Why was it working before without the manual change? Okay, now it should be good. I should close this project. Okay. Yeah, also I need to disable the stupid plain HTTP. We only keep HTTPS here. Okay. Settings. Okay, it works. It works. Could this be the override? Let's take a look. The generated project provides .NET Core Identity is a Razor class library. The identity Razor class library is based on Razor pages and exposes endpoints with the identity area. Pages account register, pages account login. Pages are described individually in documentation for specific use cases and are subject to change with each release. Which version do I use? I guess V5. They don't have internationalization here. Well, there goes my hopes that I can just use whatever they have by default. Now, I would have to set it up. So that's scaffolding is for, right? You can scaffold individual pages or all the pages into the app. For more information, scaffold. With the default templates, the user is redirected to the account register confirmation, where they can select a link to have the account confirmed. Yeah, default account register confirmation is used only for testing. Automatic account verification should be disabled in production app. To require a confirmed account and prevent immediate login at registration, set display confirm account link false in this thing. You see, after the scaffolder adds the identity Razor components to the app, you can customize the components to suit your application requirements. That's Blazor, Screw Blazor, Razor Pages and MVC identity. I guess the Razor Pages are the way to go for, like, the recommended way for new applications, I guess, if they don't use Blazor. Because it looks like at least their own identity is not MVC. It's built in Razor Pages. So if I want like a unified code base that looks actually good, and I want to conform to this thing, then I guess I would have to use Razor Pages. It makes sense. Wait. Applications that include identity can apply the scaffolder to selectively add the source code contained in the identity RCL. You might want to generate source code so you can modify the code and change the behavior. For example, you could instruct the scaffolder to generate the code used in registration. Customized identity code overrides the default implementation provided by the identity RCL. To gain full control of the UI and not use the default RCL, so create full identity UI source. I think I would have to do that if I want to add localization to my pages. Actually, let's Google that. Maybe I can just use the default one. ASP.NET Core Identity Localization. Is this useful? Maybe I'm asking different questions. Like, can I scaffold only the HTML files? That's my first question. And then can I upgrade them easily later on? Like, can I scaffold them again and override them basically with the context of the contents of the RCL, and then like revert some changes in Git that I don't need? Okay, let's try this scaffolding, see how that works. Account register, account login, logout, register confirmation. Do I have to specify the context namespace? I guess so. Identity test, I guess. Register, account login, logout, register confirmation. Hmm. Right, I need the stupid cat generator utility. Okay, now where is it? I see. Log in this thing. Right. I would have to actually scaffold all the code. This is stupid. Because they also have like the messages in the controller. None of that is wrapped in the localization. Why? Like by default, they could have done that. Just add localization wrapper around your text. You're providing a library that thousands, if not millions, of people use. Like all of that should be wrapped into the localization helper. Well, okay, let's see. Let's log out. Forgot to restart that. So log in. Let's say I want to change this string. Right, I need to restart. There was a way to like make it automatically reload. I don't remember how to do that. But okay, we have that. That should still work. Okay. So now, what if I scaffold again? Will it override whatever I have? Like, the files below, the below files exist, use forced override. Register. Okay, so it doesn't overwrite by default. This is stupid. But I guess I need to do this to be able to localize my application. What about list files? What do we have? What can we scaffold? Not a lot, actually. Actually, this looks good. Status message access denied. Yeah, we need all of that. Maybe we don't need the layout, or maybe we do. We need to take a look into that, because maybe they have like something inside. Okay, can I scaffold everything? There was a link somewhere. Create full identity UI source. And select a... Can I do that with the CLI? Use default UI. Use this option to set up identity and to use default UI. What? Custom layout file. Bootstrap version. Alright, they use the stupid Bootstrap framework. Like, can I bootstrap, not bootstrap, but scaffold all the files? What if I omit the files option? Okay, maybe it does work. Force. Let's overwrite everything. Okay, there we go. So now we have everything here. Yeah. So I have to manually wrap everything into the stupid localization helper. This is stupid. They could have done that and just fall back to English. They don't have to provide all the translations, but yeah. Where is the layout? Status message. Even this needs to be wrapped. Where is the layout? I don't see it. Oh, this one probably. Yeah, even this. All of this needs to be just wrapped into this thing. Okay, I don't even know what to do here. I guess the Razor pages can like safely exist alongside my MVC structure. What's wrong with you? Okay. Well, at least I'm happy that we have this structure, which is basically the same as we have currently on Ymirheim ID. But yeah, it's still, I would still need to reconfigure it. But okay, what if we migrate of the MVC models? Where are their models? Like, for example, login model, in here, input model, oof, and get a sync. Well, okay. Yeah, I guess this is just the UI. Nothing really interesting here. So on register, let's see what we have in here. Yeah, basically it's just the glue between the underlying what's its face framework and the UI. Why is my avatar not blinking again? This is so stupid. It's blinking in the preview. There we go. Now I can blink. Stupid thing. Now I cannot blink again. Or can I? It's weird. I would need to tweak it. But okay. Okay, what if we want to create Razor Pages app, web app? Actually, let me check. I want to look into my existing identity project. Another thing is the URLs. Can I override them somehow? Also, let me see. Ymirheim ID. Login, yeah. How can I override the URLs? So let's take a look. Register. Oh, I'm here. When a user clicks the register button on the register page, the unpassed async action is invoked. The user is created. They create a sync on the user manager object. Okay. So if I want to add some kind of field to the user, I would have to extend the user class, I guess. Add a migration, stuff like that. Or just add a claim. With the default template, the user is redirected to register confirmation. Yeah. Automatic account verification should be disabled in a production app to require confirmed account and prevent immediate login at registration. So display confirmed account link. Register confirmation. Register confirmation. Once you add a real email server, you should remove this code. Let's confirm the account. So yeah, I guess that's the intended way to overwrite, to scaffold, rather, the pages. And for me to localize everything, I would have to scaffold everything. But how do we upgrade? Yeah, there is no way to upgrade this unless we just scaffold again, then scaffold the new version. And then see what changes we have in Git and revert stuff that we don't need to be changed. The login form displayed when the login link is selected. User attempts to access a restricted page that they aren't authorized to access when they haven't been authenticated by the system. When the form on the login page is submitted, the on-post async action is called. Password sign-in async is called on the sign-in manager object. So what? For information on how to make authorization decisions. Okay, logout. Yeah, they're just showing what's going on, I guess, under the hood. The preceding code, the code return to page needs to be redirect. Okay. So also, what about the NuGet warning? I don't know. Migrating to setting password strength, add default identity and add identity. Yeah, I was curious about that. So here we add default identity. Add default identity was introduced in .NET Core 2.1. Colon add default identity is similar to colon add identity, add default UI, add default token providers. Okay. Prevent publish of static identity assets. To prevent publishing static identity assets, style sheets, and JavaScript files for identity UI to the web routed. No, I need that. I'm gonna leave that as it is. Blazor, source code, how to work with the roles. Configure. Well, maybe we configure. Wait. Scaffolding. I'm still curious about that a little bit. So let's take a look. What do we have? Razor pages. Blazor. Client-side Blazor. Without existing authorization. With authorization. Yeah, we did that. We did exactly that. No, the C project is basically the same. Add map razor pages to program CS file is shown. So yeah, I guess if I want to get rid of MVC here, I just get rid of this, right? It's all modular. So if I want to get rid of the... Oh, by the way, what's my home controller? Aha. Views. I see. You know what? I think I want to actually have a Razor Pages only project. Disable a page. Yeah, how do I disable a page, for example? How to disable the register page, but you can use the same approach to disable any page. Scaffold identity, include that. I see. We just redirect, huh? Okay, this is interesting. Now, I'm curious, can I change the URL structure? Custom user data to custom properties. Yeah, so the identity pages assert from the Razor class library, which means your MVC project uses Razor pages for identity, even though the rest of the project uses MVC controllers and views. Okay. Yeah. Run identity scaffolder, add custom user data to the identity DB. The identity user derived class. Where is it? Run the identity scaffolder. Aha. Aha. Name, date of birth. Personal data. Properties with a personal data attribute. Deleted when delete personal data page calls. Creating the downloaded data. Aha. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so we add the fields to the input model. Load async and unpassed we update. Yeah, okay. This looks good. Customize. By the way, let me take a look at the structures in my old identity project. So let's see. SPNet, role claims and roles. Yeah. User claims, user logins. User roles, user tokens. And users. So yeah, all the same data. I would need to compare the actual tables, but yeah, it looks the same. Okay, they describe all of stuff that I just figured out on my own. Yeah, I guess we can override the settings. So user presence, the user role claim that a user possesses education token for a user with a login. That's I guess the external login, right? Yeah. Login provider. Claim that's generated to all users within a role. Yeah. Default model configuration. Then it divides many context classes that inherit from DB context to configure and use the model. Well, yeah, we have that, sure. Model generic types. Customize the model. I want to actually keep it as close to the original as possible to simplify the upgrades. Custom user data, yeah, we checked out that thing. But yeah, I'm gonna create a new project only with the Razor pages and also with a custom type for the user. Navigation okay. Middle user navigation properties. I don't need much. I don't really need to customize a lot of this. I just need the basic implementation, add localization, and add a few external features, and add like external login providers and stuff like that. Configure. Lookout on failure. So yeah, even to configure that. Fish is biting. Nice. Okay, so let's take a look. Where is it? Password sign in. What page is this? Login identity template. Guess this thing. Yeah, lookout on failure. So if I want to To enable password failures, to trigger account lockout, set lockout on failure true. So even to do that, I have to scaffold the code. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna scaffold everything, at least to wrap everything in the localization helper. But yes, some stuff can be allowed for new users. Default lockout settings. Wait. The preceding code is based on the login identity template. Lockout options are set in program. We did copy the default settings, right? Lockout. What does this do? Indicating whether a new user can be locked out. Defaults to true. What does that mean? Do I have to like set this to true to enable lockout? Also, let me take a look at the users table. Lockout enabled, lockout and access failed count. Okay. So right now, lockout and failure is set to false, right? Let me actually test this. Running. Let's try admin@ example org. Some random password. First invalid attempt. Second. Third. How many? We need 5. So let's see what's going on here. Access failed count 0. So yeah, it doesn't work. I can try however many times I want. Lockout is not working. And to enable it, I have to actually modify the controller. It's bad. It's just bad. And if I set this to true, then it should start counting the lockout. Still, I didn't restart after it changed. Okay, now it's 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the duration? Wait. 5 minutes. Okay. So now, if I enter one more run password, yeah, locked out. Locked out. And if I even try to enter the correct one, yeah, I'm locked out. Okay. Oops. We have the lockout and sure. require unique email false. What else do we have? Why can't he access this thing? No definition found. Okay. Okay, we configured that. Sign in. Require configure confirmed email. Require confirmed phone number. Tokens. Token provider, email, phone number, token provider. Okay. Allowed username character. So yeah, basically we have most of the default options. Globally require all users to be authenticated. What does that mean? Okay. Let's see. Custom storage providers, account information and password recovery, QR code generation. Okay, passkeys, external authentication providers. Yeah, like I would really like to add like Google, some of other authentication providers. Okay. Yeah, we saw that. I'm interested in how we can override the URLs for the Razor pages. Map Razor pages. That's static assets. I guess here we can set custom URLs, right? Yeah, that's how. Okay, I like that. I like that. So yeah, that's another thing that we have to override is basically the URL for each page. Otherwise, it's gonna do like identity, account, so on. Pretty bad. But okay. But yeah, here for example, got your password, identity, account, forgot password. I see. And it's actually interesting. So if I add, where was that? Controllers, home controller, privacy, authorize. Will it also work with the login page? So welcome works, privacy. Hey, it doesn't. Identity account login. Interesting. So that means, wait, that should be configurable somewhere. Login path, aha. Login. HTTPS. Why are you trying to access HTTP? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I see, but let's see here we have a link to forget password, right? What if we forget password, change it here. It should also change the link. Yes. Okay, so that works nicely. But yeah, still, I think I'm gonna just create a new project based on Razor pages. And we check out that scaffolding readme. What's that? Okay, sure. Okay, I think that's all the questions that I had. No, not all the questions. I also need to set up OpenID. What was that project that I found? 1 second. It was this thing. So how can we integrate this into our existing project? Server stack. To implement custom OpenID Connect server using OpenID, the simplest option is to clone one of the official samples. Client credentials demo using MTLS client. No. Authorization cut flow demo with Blazor was no. Conformance test project using Razor pages and 2 hard-coded user identities meant to be used with the IDC certification suite. Maybe this. So what do they have? Add Razor pages, DB context, SQLite, OpenID, add authentication. Okay. What's Quartz? OpenID offers native integration with Quartz.net to perform scheduled tasks like running orphaned authorization tokens, print orphaned authorization tokens from the database at regular intervals. Aha, I see. You support a loader in memory store. Register the Quartz.net service and configure it to block shutdown until jobs are complete. Add OpenID services. Entity framework core. Add server. Set authorization endpoint to URIs. Register.NET Core host to configure ASP.NET Core specific options. The pass-through mode is not enabled for the token endpoint, so the token request automatically handled. Okay. Register the custom event handler responsible for populating user info responses. I have no idea what this is. Okay. Use authentication, use authorization, map razor pages. Create a database used to store the application data. Yeah. Pages. Shared. Connect. Where is the identity? I guess they didn't scaffold it. Sure. And session. Sign in. I guess this is the one that they need if I want to create a new OpenIDICT project. What did they have in the project? They're not even setting the versions. Interesting. OpenIDICT claims clients. Ooh. Have clients defined in the configuration file. Oh no. But okay, maybe it's just the example. Let's see. Clients. Retrieve the client definition from the configuration and insert them into the application table if necessary. So this is used only to see the database, basically. Okay, nice. I was scared for a second. Because I need the clients to be in the database. But okay, this is probably the project that I need. Gonna save that. There's this backend for frontend, Blazor, resource owner, password, credentials, demo with .NET Console. No. Refresh token grant demo with a .NET Console acting as a client. Device authorization. Authorization could flow using minimal APIs. And GitHub delegation for user authentication. No. Authorization could flow demo. Okay. Yeah, I guess this Contrium is the one that they need. Angular and Blazor, Maui, session management sample. And if Blazor, what do I have? Blazor web with interactive out mode. Backend for frontend with YARP and token exchange flow. To call downstream API. Blazor OS application hosted in ASP.NET Core. What is Microsoft YARP? YARP is designed as a .NET library that provides core proxy functionality. You can customize the library by adding or replacing modules. Core proxy. YARP is currently provided as a NuGet package, get samples. Oh, by the way, OpenAdict, do they support .NET 10 already? Guess doesn't matter, right? What's their NuGet package? Where was that samples project? Come on, what's going on? Just load. Yeah, let's take a look at this. .NET 10. That's version 8. It's not even in the README. What? Yeah, I thought I saw that the 7 is current version. Releases. 8 preview. Huh. Where are the versions? Versions 7.6. Okay, they do have .NET 10. dependencies, .NET 10, ASP.NET Core Server, ASP.NET Core. This is what I'm interested in. Huh. Server. Abstractions. Weird directory, weird dependency structure, but okay. Interesting. So yeah, what the hell is YARP? Create a new project, web. Add the YARP package reference. Reverse proxy. Weird. Okay. So what do they have? Preview 2, released last week. Interesting. The client cursor and validation stacks now support the new ML-DSA post-quantum cryptography algorithm, but .NET 10 and .NET Framework 4.8. Merger signatures. Okay. Interesting. ML-DSA support is still experimental and relies on .NET 10 APIs created with the experimental attribute, while ML-DSA sign-in keys can now be configured in OpenEdict 8 Preview 2. Support for this algorithm in other auth OpenEdict Connect stacks is still extremely limited at the moment. Such implemented ML-DSA is not yet recommended. Interoperability, oh my god, with other environments is a concern. The entire codebase has been updated to use the base64 URL class provided by BCL instead of the base64 URL encoder class, shipping with Microsoft Identity Model. The OpenEdict client web integration package now supports Vercel in AD Austria. Entity Framework 6 and Entity Framework core stores have been updated to automatically restore the entity state of token entities after failed application deletion. All the .NET and third-party dependencies have been updated to their latest version. Well, about Preview 1, that was June 2nd. Microsoft's deprecation announcement. ASP.NET Core 2.3 and Entity Framework Core 2.3 are no longer supported. Okay. Root. Oh. Integration packages are now .NET only. Developers who were previously using the Entity Core Framework stores and .NET Framework and okay, see. .NET Framework versions, I don't care about that. And this sample Contrium, I don't know how to pronounce this thing. Yeah, this one also uses Razor pages. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're gonna create a new project, not MVC, but Razor pages. Yeah, targeting net standard is not possible with the new OpenIDICT. Okay, good to know. But yeah, I was gonna target at net 10 anyway. Extensions. Okay. Rehashing client secrets dynamically and allows configuring options. Okay. Client secrets overhaul. So if I would start a new project on OpenIDICT, do I start with 8.0 preview, or do I still target 7.5 and then migrate when the preview is finalized? When the version 8 is finalized, I mean. Man, by the time I'm done with actually implementing the application, probably they're gonna release the final version, I don't know. When was the 7th preview? A year ago. Yeah, I'm gonna use the 8.0 right away. But even here, like, I didn't see any problems in upgrading from 7 to 8. But yeah, they don't even have the documentation. But let's see, if we like migrate from 6 to 7, what do we have? It does support .NET 10. Yeah, we did check that. Manual add and migrations. Yeah, I like how they did all of this. The documentation is nice, all the upgrading steps nice as well. But okay. Where was the introduction? If you don't want to start from one of the recommended samples, you need to reduce an existing project to create a new one, or create a new project using Visual Studio's default ASP.NET Core template. Using individual user accounts authentication is strongly recommended, as it automatically includes the default ASP.NET Core identity UI based on Razor pages. Should you later need to implement the user authentication flow, like the authorization code flow. Okay, I should have started with this documentation. It clarifies everything for me, but actually it's okay. Now I know how to configure the identity by itself. And then this thing too. So update this project reference. Okay. Register the entity framework or database context and configure the OpenID core services. Register the entity sets needed by OpenID. Now to use the generic overload, you need to replace the default OpenID entities. Okay. Register OpenID core components. Server services. It's server. And what was that? Oh, it core. And here we add server. Token endpoint URIs. Allow client credentials. Development encryption. Token endpoint pass-through. Make sure the .NET Core authentication middleware is correctly registered at the right place. Create your own authorization controller. Implementing a custom authorization controller is required to allow OpenID to create tokens based on the identities and claims you provide. On authorization controller. And this is MVC thing. So why do they need it to create tokens based on the identities and claims you provide? Okay. Register your client application, for instance, using the setup script or directly in program. Okay. For running the application, make sure the database is updated with OpenID tables by running add migration and update database. Okay. Developers looking for a simple and turnkey solution are strongly encouraged to evaluate OpenAI Dict Pro. Let me guess, a paid one. Sure. Nah. Which is based on OpenAI Dict, supports all the common OpenAI Connect flows, and offers a powerful application scopes management GUI. Full stack web application framework. I think I remember that. Oh, that's the thing that we just looked at. No? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I want to deal with this, although it would be interesting to just try and see what it is. At least the free version. OpenAI Dict UI handles UI for managing client applications and scopes. Ooh. Headless UI. APIs for managing OpenAI Dict scopes and applications. 7.2 and higher. Okay, at least it's version 7. Let's see. First step to provide some headless UI features to the OpenAI Dict stack. Just note that this project does not provide you ready-to-use UI, instead provides you the required services that allow you to build one. You can use the samples as a starting point. Currently, it provides API for managing scopes and applications. On top of that, it ships APIs for the user management when using .NET Core Identity. Ooh. As a goodie, the samples demonstrates these features by Angular SPI. Interesting. Running the sample. Register the EF-based UI for OpenAI Dict related entities. Is that? Yeah, I guess this is this project. Add UI APIs. Tell the system about the allowed permissions. This build configured for key. Authorization and token entities. Yeah, Razor page-based UI would be nice. Oops, I missed a fish. Oh, there it goes again. That was a star. Nice, okay. Yeah, I'm still testing this fish and minigame. But yeah, it seems to be working fine. But yeah, from what I've seen in the community, looks like Razor Pages is the way to go for like normal project that uses the ASP.NET Core identity. This one is using Blazor-based UI, managing user roles, application scopes, with support for multiple databases. What is this? Ooh, it's old though. Yeah, it's old. But okay, I'm interested in looking at how it's implemented. Samples, app, pages, index. Remote authenticator view. Where is it? Okay, actually looks like the same thing that we have in the, oops, sorry for the mic bump. It looks like it's the Razor syntax is basically the same as with Razor pages. Oh, I mean Blazor. Wait. Yeah, this is Blazor. Direct to one game. Well, oof. This looks like exactly like React. But yeah, this is new to me. I've never dealt with Blazor. Never tried it. Maybe I should try it, but from what I see, I don't really like it. Still, I think I need to have an idea of what it is. Oof. Yeah, this is interesting. But okay. Localization. Yeah, so basically this localizer, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah. Okay. So from everything that I've seen here, basically what they need is I need Eraser Pages project, although where was that documentation? Yeah, although even the getting started documentation actually shows an example with an MVC project, and it provides even the controller that you need to build. Although it should be really easy to implement in the Razor pages. But yeah, it's a little bit weird. Yeah, what I'm interested in right now is if I, let's say, have an old Razor Pages identity project, what would it take to update it to the new version? Where is the upgrade guides? Migration and updates. Version updates. Ooh, there is even 10 to 11 now. But okay, let's say I'm upgrading from 9 to 10. What would it take? We update the SDKs, sure. Update SDK version, update target framework, update package references. Blazor. I don't want Blazor, but okay. If I'm not doing the Blazor thing, breaking changes in .NET. No, like, what if the Razor Pages components, or however they called, gets updated? Razor class library gets updated. How do I update my templates that I've scaffolded? And yeah, looks like for Blazor, there is a lot of stuff you need to do every update. So that's another nail in the coffin, at least for me. Not gonna use that for my projects. Yeah, a lot of stuff for the Blazor. Docker, breaking changes, 6 to 7. Yeah, I didn't see anything new here. Here, Razor is the key. The Razor compiler now leverages source generator's features to generate compiled C# files from the Razor views and pages in a project. Previous projects, the compilation relied on Razor generate and Razor compile targets to produce the generated code. These targets are no longer valid in .NET 6, but code generation and compilation are supported by a single call to the compiler. Yeah, I don't think this is... Project templates use the new identity server, or Duend, I don't know how to pronounce this crap. It's not open source. It's source available. Stop lying. Code samples. Where was that Razor thing? So identity. Applications that include identity can apply the scaffolder to selectively add the source contained in the identity RCL. You might want to generate source code so you can modify the code and change the behavior. For example, you could instruct the scaffolder to generate the code used in registration. Customized entity could override the default implementation provided by the identity RCL. Okay. Applications that do not include authentication can apply the scaffolder to the RCL identity package. You have the option of selecting identity generate. Although the scaffolder generates most of the necessary code, you need to update your project to complete the process. This article shows the steps needed to complete an identity scaffolding update. To run in the identity scaffolder, inspect the changes. The source control system that shows file differences allow you to back out of changes. Services are required when using two-factor authentication. Account confirmation and password recovery and other security features with identity. Services or service stubs aren't generated when scaffolding identity. Services to enable these features must be added manually. For example, configure an email provider so the app can require email confirmation. Typical apps created with individual accounts should not create a new data context. Blazor. Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused. Like, we are adding this, where is it? This UI. That's the thing that includes the Razor pages, right? Oh, view localization, by the way. Ah, no. That's a different section of the docs. So here, ASP.NET Core Identity adds user interface login functionality to ASP.NET Core web apps to secure web APIs and SPIs. Use one of the following. Yeah, ads. How did they manage to push this software to the official Microsoft Docs? Definitely some money were involved. Blazor, Razor pages. To view all the pages in NERIS.EXE reference source, you can scaffold the individual pages. So yeah, I guess if they update this thing, what I would have to do, let's double check. So let's see, areas, pages. Yeah, that's this thing. Yeah. So if they would add something here, I could just update. But yeah, they don't update this too often. Actually, 2 weeks ago. But yeah, most of the files are like 4, 3, 5 years ago. What did they update? Nothing really useful. Can I see history of this specific folder? Yes, I can. Good. Placeholders don't overlap. Ah. So yeah, they did change something. that was almost 2 years ago. So if I would update this, I could just look for what they did and update that either manually or by just scaffolding the changes and then reverting the stuff that I don't want, I guess. But okay, at least now I'm pretty sure what I want. One second, where was that documentation for OpenEdict? So here, for example, I want to see this controller. I didn't see this controller in this repository. So that means that it should be implemented as a page, right? So authorization that connect token pages, connect, authorize. What am I looking at? Identity set claim, sign in. Still don't really understand this example. What does authorize do? Yeah, this is not that. I guess sign in. This is just some test thing. Yeah, this is it. But yeah, I guess they imply that you're supposed to supply some additional data required for a normal OpenAD profile structure. So let's see, what does it say here? Implementing a custom authorization controller is required to allow OpenID to create tokens based on the identities and claims you provide. Here's an example of the client credentials grant. So if request is client credentials grant type, the client credentials are automatically validated by OpenID. If client ID or client secret are invalid, the section won't be invoked. Application manager find by client. Create a new claims identity containing the claims that will be used to create a token and a code. Okay. Use the client ID as the subject identifier. Okay, I see. Allow the name claim to be stored in both the access and identity tokens when the profile scope was granted. So I guess this is how we define which tokens, which claims we just include in the tokens. Sure. Could be a configurable thing, to be honest. But okay, whatever. Okay, token validations. Now I know that. Remote server. Do they have like a guide? Oh, a fish. Okay. Do they have a guide on how to implement authorization code flow? Well, I see. Once enabled, you can handle authorization requests in an MVC controller or a minimal API handler. Well, I would need to take a look into this. Error controllers. Custom entities. Well, okay, I guess I guess I know enough. We can start working on the actual implementation. I'm not gonna start with the sample project, but this is a good reference. You can take a look into it. But yeah, now at least I know what it's supposed to look like, what we need to implement. And it's unfortunately harder than I thought, at least for the OpenEdict. Also for the identity, we need to actually overwrite everything, like all the Razor pages have to be overwritten, which is okay. Looks like that's an expected thing to do. One sec. I wanted to take a look at V4. What is that? It also gets updated. Interesting. And also, maybe I can even just skip this dependency completely and just copy these files into my project. I don't know. Because yeah, it looks like it just provides the HTML basically. Assets, what do we have there? Oh yeah, JavaScript, CSS. jQuery validation, Bootstrap. So yeah, if we start from scratch, we had the project, we had the package, and the following code to the program, default identity, map razor pages. Yeah, not a lot of info here. Ah, that's the Bootstrap version before V5. Ah, okay, I see. That's not the version of the UI. There's the version of the Bootstrap. And when you enable this, you select the Bootstrap version. Where is it stored, by the way? I don't think it's actually anywhere in the code. I think it was in the... Wait, where was it? It's not the configure. Where was the Bootstrap version? I saw it. It was definitely present in the scaffolding, but what if we don't scaffold anything? Then what? How do we know which version of Bootstrap? Wait. It was in the project creation command. Let's see. Yeah, it was here. Somewhere here. No? Authentication options, right? All of that is for authentication. Client ID, tenant color. Really weird. Local DB framework. Now restore color API. I don't know. I guess it just picks by default if you don't set anywhere. And I don't know, maybe in projects properties, you can set the Bootstrap version. I have no idea. I have just a single version of Bootstrap. UI framework. Yeah, identity framework version, Bootstrap 4, Bootstrap 5. This is how they define it. But yeah, okay, I see. I see. Okay. Well, I know enough. I guess this is gonna be it for today for now. So yeah, today was a little bit weird stream. We didn't do anything for the game itself. It was just a learning stream. We did learn a lot about ASP.NET Core identity. Which is a huge topic, but I think I know enough to get started. Because yeah, basically I need to update the Ymirheim ID, and I just need to learn the ASP.NET for professional reasons, basically. And yeah, today we learned a lot, which is good. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. If I will, it will probably be again the ASP.NET. Because yeah, I need it. Fortunately, I do need it, and the bosses are temporarily on pause at least until Monday. I will probably continue with the bosses on Monday. But yeah, I also need this, and yeah, I figured might as well just stream whatever I do and test my streaming setup along the way. Because yeah, it changed a lot trying to optimize my streaming setup. Because yesterday's stream showed me that, yeah, it's pretty bad. I need to figure it out. So yeah, this is it for today. Thank you everybody for hanging out, and I hope to see you next time. Bye bye.